question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, called it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether they're right. Might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being, regardless of your personal goals or desires. This distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment, or I'll follow my first instinct, or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not, but they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent it ought to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? ... that it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will, and it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order, trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with. The same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect, but their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible. And once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation exactly? It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it. but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to leapt in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only two in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects. Isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, "But I know what's good for them better than they do." This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons. If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the 1 person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the 1 person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Cons. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally, you're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition. Killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work. Torturing one to benefit many. Enslaving minorities for majority happiness. Breaking promises when convenient. Lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: Difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental in dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for immoral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception cancer ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral order, stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior, while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions, but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it when the powerful respect the weak despite having no external compulsion to do so. They demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force, and most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone else, is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options you don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed, but promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one, because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations, that circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options, that moral life involves genuine dilemmas, but he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses, real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs, tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices. You just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally. But moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize despite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, It's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all, and the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators. On a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free-riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. the self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own. Universalization, if it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question: They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. 2 principles that apply clearly in real life. The 5th strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The 6th strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The 7th strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The 8th strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The 9th strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification. as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games. Redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't. Not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different, something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense, but they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be basalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, Demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles Zen, you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always, fundamentally, irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses. And that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside, your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronymous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator. Each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations, even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals? To future generations? To artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning. Even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system, the universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands remains, Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath, the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's "closer to my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me." Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure, and something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles. You claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship. But you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they've failed to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient, not applicable when others deserve it, but absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, Acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universality, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends. Can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications. Can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging. You're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope. The example resonates with their own rational nature, but you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs, where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless. but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties. But when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised: foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question. Supplement it with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic. But don't abandon its core insights: that rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough, not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers, not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake, not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. and for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final, practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universalizability, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom, not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, Why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do. Because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires. And that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone. Doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, it wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts. But it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself, and rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated. Cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then, because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's Right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all. What you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong. What rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally. So you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires, through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works, how examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations, how thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Can't resolve this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. How subjective reflection produces objective knowledge. How thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic. Requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why. demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds. And in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible. That examining rational requirements reveals real truths. That thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real. That rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements. That we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding. A productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle. A reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy, It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, this creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself, must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means, must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase, seriousness about moral obligation, and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means: a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed, not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen. The unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in mores. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern: treating rational beings as mere tools, making exceptions for yourself you won't grant others, claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions. They're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it. And this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. You'll recognize that it does. But whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand, this choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly. In every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation, the categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you, but understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected, but your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature, to claim dignity while denying it to others, to demand respect while refusing to give it, to assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense, to align your behavior with what rational consistency requires, to respect in practice what you affirm in principle, to be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward, not the only reason to be moral. Should be moral because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it. Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal. And once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth, that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of 2 parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified 3 forms of dukkha, 3 layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes. The moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what the pain means, our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature. Or consider the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupassana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling. simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contact between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena. Not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath. Know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying. down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body, not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements, temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral, and understand these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uthaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Patakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Patakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed and Patakara became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone. Driven by her longing for her family, her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things. He continued, searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering. Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. But Akara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the Four Noble Truths. Bhattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Bhattakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Bhattakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the first noble truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself, but akara. Experience genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not-self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering. We must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms. He traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest. What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanha, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst. When the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst, or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead, in the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense, always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping to what pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity. and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible, not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind, prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, avidya. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction. We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. There is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-ownata. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched, and the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates, with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence without needing to wait for her personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism. This is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure, of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught unnata, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the five aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, we stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact, when the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought. We are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasakara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects. Focusing on what you lack rather than what you have. Comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasakara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding, craving, or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? The ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirvana? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all. We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, Narada, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that Nibbana exists. Nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana A collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of Nibbana is said to be ineffable beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity, It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. An understanding that this is how things are. This is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue esaropadisa, nibbana and nibbana without. Residue and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the arahant, when even the five aggregates dissolve completely. This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned, which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to. Then, you can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing, is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self, anattanupassana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises: who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly. That clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace. The mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable. And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable. But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, a reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all 5 aggregates: form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness. All are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed Nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The Arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are 3 ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence. Not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back, is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises, seems overwhelming, appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into anatta, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid, it is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone, without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the three roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved. Not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful, Teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses, the Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, the happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release: release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings, becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope, the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind. Receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. you are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit. And even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural, complete. That wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before, and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now, in the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive, the hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, Well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet; Hesiod, who wrote of the gods; Odysseus, that clever hero; all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most: ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything: his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice, and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image: an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenarete sighed, because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. and this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, These men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it. And then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. "Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else." It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. "Piety is what is loved by the gods." Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. "Piety is what all the gods love." Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated. And here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the Agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding. Socrates. But we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, What you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance, all of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, "Look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias," another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed. And when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of two urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Meletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Meletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Meletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Meletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Meletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Meletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. Tell me, Meletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones? Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them? Of course not. Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me? It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Meletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it? By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. I cannot stop, he said. The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness. And then he said something. That must have infuriated many in that courtroom. I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens, he said, how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death. And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more. Voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final: death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonian, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. "You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners." It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write. Xenophon would write. Others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. "Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows." Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of: he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the lights still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly. And Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting, what's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating. Because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape. To go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile Phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this. The dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it? The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens. And Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life, managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him, worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refused to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, they will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us? It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter. When your life is at stake, is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure. But his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live. And I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him, not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough, more than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered. And what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. Not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety. Not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How? How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort, all of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers, not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death, and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on, his breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time. Time for Socrates to wake. Time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly. "It's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes, not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito. Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day, and according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace. Because he'd slept well. He'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you, even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless, sleep, or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply, because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility, death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything. No pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing. Just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, it's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles, which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly, not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am." And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment, because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people fear, either non-existence or judgment, and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence. That's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment. That's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening. Both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important: the quality of your soul. Not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point. Death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do. And what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully, because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. Your body constantly interrupting. Your mind with demands. Feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered. Thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work. Or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful, This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands, learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort, learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure, learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, he was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand, and his observation is essentially this: physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, this independence of soul from body, was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul, doing what it does best, thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom, without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared to demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human, a father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with, And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty, he never claims certainty about what he doesn't know, but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. "Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain." "Go on," he tells Crito. "Do as I say. so Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait, talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him. 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine. Instructions on how to live. Encouragement to pursue virtue. Apologies perhaps for leaving them. Love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love. Probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this. How steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god? Or not?" The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so. And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working. Starting from the extremities and moving inward. The servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away. knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just. The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing, a cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? Just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. The peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, The questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening, and he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, But the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy, not because he wrote anything, he didn't. Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either. But because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. The harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The Cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing. His death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, the death scene, they've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination? Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles, what values, what truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for, but we're not sure. We haven't been tested. We hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes. When someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced, in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays. Because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical, but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into three parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or Skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening, because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, it's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal, just as Socrates hoped it would be. So we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about, not a philosophy you agree with intellectually, but never apply. A practice, something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind, not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously, the way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality, not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather. It's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts, not harshly, but honestly. What did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape. Because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying. for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. Not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes